Okay, good morning. This is a fine morning indeed. I mean, the weather disagrees with me, but I hope everybody's good. Interestingly enough, the servers came up a lot earlier than they were expected to. Usually the maintenance... the maintenance was scheduled to end in an hour, 15 minutes from now, so yeah, that's pretty surprising, to be honest. Unfortunately, the patch notes themselves didn't really, didn't really give us much. I mean, obviously, it's only introduction of the normal raid, but, I had a look around what people were saying in terms of job balance. I don't know that much currently about the jobs. I haven't really played and leveled any of the new ones except obviously for Summoner, Scholar, and, Red Mage, close to 90, and I've played Paladin. But those are, obviously Summoner's been changed a lot in kind of weird ways to some degree, and then there has been... I don't know. Apparently, some of the jobs do have some mechanical problems. Ninja is one that was mentioned quite a lot. Now, I don't really play Ninja myself all that much. And obviously I haven't played the new one, since I haven't started leveling it yet. I don't know what's really wrong with it. It's interesting that they didn't change anything. Didn't balance anything. Apparently we do have some balance issues, although again, I haven't really looked at the numbers too intensively. Obviously, before Savage releases, there isn't... I guess we're still lacking a lot of information in terms of how well or not well the jobs are balanced. But it's interesting that they literally changed nothing. But then again, they probably had a lot of other stuff to do. I mean, they did fix quite a lot over the past 2 weeks already. Especially some long pertaining errors concerning the login queues, for example. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, I'm just really not sure what's going on in terms of balance and what they're going to do with the Savage patch. I expect there to be some changes, maybe not really major ones. Maybe they'll wait with that for Ultimate in 6.1, although that would be weird as well, right? It is interesting. It's certainly interesting. Other than that, obviously we knew that the patch wasn't going to introduce much beyond the normal mode raid, which is obviously what we're doing right now. Or in a couple minutes anyway. Apparently the quest starts in Charlian, so it's pretty cool. I guess I made the right decision in logging out here, not that it really matters anyway. It's just a teleport away. It's interesting that it starts here though. I wonder how they're going to bring it back to Elpis and make it about Pandaemonium. But thankfully, because the servers came up this much earlier, I didn't have any kind of queue at all, really. I mean, it was 100 people, but that's only because they all logged in at once, and the login servers only process those things gradually. Let's see, did I sell something? I sold a lot. Am I tending to that first? I mean, I'm in Charlian right now, so I don't really want to go back to... Yeah, let's do that later, I don't really care. I guess I'm just gonna start with the quest. I don't know, this feels a bit weird. Almost feels like I'm missing something. I probably shouldn't go for any kind of loot right now. Where do we get the loot anyways? That's only in Ratzahan, right? The turning in the new materials that we get from the raid. Should be in Ratzatan. Which also kind of feels weird. For some reason, I don't know. I'm like, Old Charlion feels much more like a hub, endgame hub than Ratzatan for some reason. Although, I mean, I get it, right? It's the same it's always been. Oh, it literally starts right outside the annex. Well, that's cool. Huh. Nice. I don't know if Ojika is, too thrilled by this dude sitting on the table like that, but okay, I guess. Wow. Although, considering how many people, will be here in a couple of hours. Let's see what's going on. The Crystal from Beyond. Nim Gigi. I wonder how they're going to bring this back to Elpis. Huh. It appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot I would encounter none other than you, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my math that I stood here for... well, let's not concern ourselves with that. I hope you haven't been standing here all through maintenance. Must have been terribly lonely. I am Nim Gigi, assistant to one Professor Claudian. We work with the Aetioscope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our very conjecture. So they found the crystal in the ethereal sea? Huh. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Well, I mean, that was where the patch note picture was, right, in Aporia, close to where the spaceship is. The whole thing was introduced by Elidibus, though, in the post-credits cutscene. I wonder what crystal that is. Because technically, the crystals of the whole convocation are all accounted for, right? So whatever it is, it has to be from somebody else that wasn't part of the convocation, I guess? Maybe a former member? Like Venat was a former member of the convocation? Holy hell. Why do people insist on bringing their freaking chocobos to this? Oh, there's a snowman. Where's the quest NPC anyway? Oh, there you are. Greetings, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Gigi has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I am Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit I've been nervous about this meeting ever since Gigi set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honor than to meet the first man in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. Wait a second. What? Technically your researchers have been to the ethereal sea, though. With the Aetioscope. Maybe not to the core of the planet, but they have been in it, right? That was the whole point of this place. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other Sharlayan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Probably far greater than ours, to be honest. We just ventured in there, we don't know anything about its, I guess, physical nature. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single man, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from him, and perhaps crack his conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. This conundrum. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the Anti-Tower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin and learnt of the fate that would befall the star, the final days. You're talking about your ancestors, though, right? Not literally you. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the Aetioscope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. I wonder what it can glimpse at all. Because technically, aren't you looking into sort of souls of the dead? At least partially. I mean, obviously, the ether in the ethereal sea has a lot more in it than just dead souls. But still. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. Oh? We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets. And now we would have you see for yourself. Well, I mean, the underworld technically has to be somewhere in the ethereal sea, right? From what we know. Although, that would be kind of weird as well, considering what the ethereal sea is. Like, why would there suddenly be a place within it? Like a jail? Because that would have had to be built by someone, right? Here's the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. Yeah, well, I have a feeling we've encountered quite a lot of these. Yeah. Oh, it's not got any symbol on it. Wait, what? I know of someone who bears a similar crystal. Yeah, us. What the hell? What's that answer? Memory abides within this crystal. As I thought, you do know what it is. Please tell me everything. Well, that's quite a long tale, but alright. Guess it's for research, huh? I see. The Asians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Asian memories, windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of 14. Yeah, he's gone. Unlike the crystal in a story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? I like him. You know, I always do the same thing when I'm really thinking about something. You know, completely gone just thinking about it myself. Professor Claudian. Huh? Yes? I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there's propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited us explicitly. Must we do this every time? Wow, that's quite the scolding. What? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry, I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you know, think about it, right? Think about what you would do if you are literally doing research on this, probably for like, I don't know, 20, 30 years or something. I mean, he seems quite young, but, you know, let's say 20 years, and then suddenly someone comes along, oh yeah, by the way, I've been 12,000 years in the past, I've talked to somebody who literally was on the convocation, oh yeah, maybe I was a convocation member myself, at least part of my soul is, and, yeah, right? That would be, crazy to say the least. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. And this has been essentially thrown up out of the ethereal sea, so somebody wants this to be found. Oh. If anyone, message, come, Pandaemonium, please. Faces, grave threat, star in danger. What? You're telling me we just averted the final days by literally traveling to the edge of the universe, and now the star's in danger again? Well, I mean, I guess the respite afforded the warrior of light was but fleeting, huh? That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Pandaemonium? It's not a word I have heard before. My knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me. It means all demons. Oh. Well, yeah, well, that's an apt name for hell, I guess. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. MGG, Russono, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, there is a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this Pandaemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. I love how everybody just sort of takes that for granted, right? Oh, by the way, yeah, you can travel 12,000 years in the past, so just do that and ask a couple people there. obviously, right? I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. Guess I'll do it then. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. Well, depending on how your peers told those stories, but yeah. So I ask you now, return to the past. Find out what and where Pandaemonium is, and if we need to be concerned by this message. Well, if Pandaemonium existed back then. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to share our findings. I thought the other two were supposed to extract memories from the crystal, but I guess giving it to me sort of serves the same purpose. Okay. Journey to the Ocular and approach the portal. The Ocular? Where the hell is that? And what kind of... What? Oh! Huh. I meant to literally travel to the past? Interesting. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I would have thought that we literally would just travel to a certain point within Elpis. So, by the way, to be able to constantly travel back and forth between the past and the present, does that mean that the Crystal Tower literally is keeping that gate open all the time? Doesn't that still require a huge amount of energy? Or maybe once the connection is stable, that sort of just works out? I wonder if that will ever come up in the future, right? Especially with Graha's timeline that he traveled from to us. I wonder if there's more to be gleaned by that. Like if there's more that we would know about that specifically, right? I mean, maybe it was because he literally teleported the tower with him. But if we are able to establish essentially some sort of constant connection, some ethereal stream through the rift of time and space to Elpis in the past, wouldn't it follow that there is also a possibility to establish a stream of ether to the future Graha came from? If that in fact still exists, which is also something that's been on my mind, right? So we have a time loop established with Elpis, but then at the same time there are also multiple timelines. But anyway, that's got nothing to do really with this. At least I don't think it has anything to do with the raid quest line, so let's see what this is about then, huh? I wonder why they put us here. Maybe because of Elidibus? If receives this message. Come, Pandaemonium, quickly. You know what? I'm not the biggest fan. That was a problem in the roll quest as well. I'm not the biggest fan of having auto-advancing dialogue like that in cutscenes that aren't voiced. The hell was that? Yeah, we are in Elpis. Did somebody just hit us? Or did we just fall over? Oh! Whoopsie! Did we literally sort of fall on top of Elizabeth? Could it be? Like, seriously? Did we just fall on top of Elizabeth? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. You told me a falling star would appear before me. I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. He? Who told you that? Well, sorry about that. I didn't plan to fall down onto you. Whoa. Once again, a lot of people here. Elizabeth, where are you? Themis? Oh, was that his name before he became Elizabeth? Wait, but then... who was the previous one? Themis? He's actually quite tall, right? For being so young. Thinking back to the cutscenes that we saw in 5.2, when they were talking to him. Was it 5.2? I think it was, right? Or maybe 5.3, when they were talking to Elizabeth in those flashbacks that we witnessed. Looked like he was much smaller than this. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis' observers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. Yeah, again, sorry about that. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here, or any place I know, for that matter. I'm a Zem's familiar. Let's stick to that story. I think that's less complicated, I guess. It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at his disposal. Well, he doesn't know either, but, we better not talk about that. If you are here at Zem's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You are here to investigate Pandaemonium, yes? If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might it trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? Are we actually telling him, or how does this work? I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? How did we explain this all? We didn't literally tell him that we came from the future, and that he himself sent us back here, right? Right? I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. I mean, once again, wouldn't that crystal also sort of prove that we come from the future? Maybe not, but... Looks a lot more blue than it did before. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandaemonium. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the words of La Habrea. Beneath Elpis? What do you mean beneath Elpis? I thought we were, like, high up in the clouds. Wouldn't Pandaemonium be in the... like, I thought it was down in the ethereal sea somewhere. Maybe it's not. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Oh. Okay, interesting. So it's not hell at all. Or at least, it wasn't in this day and age. So it's just part of Elpis. Huh. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Very interesting. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandaemonium ceased. That seems like a major incident, to be completely honest. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. What? Are you telling me the Convocation has some sort of FBI thing that is, like, investigating stuff? Why would they send you exactly? Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next? Yeah, let's say crit. It's probably gonna be the most expensive one. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Meline in Aporia or Joel in Rats. What? In Aporia? Equipment? What? What? Where familiars dare. Now then, my proposal is
is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandaemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I have been waiting so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. He had also noticed the anomaly near Pandaemonium, so it only seems natural that we should investigate it together. However, he eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. Could it now? Who the heck? What? What kind of organization is that? If they're working closely together with the Convocation and La Habrea is the one overseeing Pandaemonium? Are they working against each other? Like literally sort of the organizations within the US always work against each other instead of with each other? That's what's happening here? Or is that... I decided to go alone, but he left me with these words. Fear not. For in my absence a star shall fall before you. I have a feeling we're gonna find out what happened to La Habrea. I mean, one thing that is still sort of unclear to me is why or how Emmet Selk, La Habrea, and Elidibus were the three Asians that retained their memories. Although, alright, wait a second. So Elidibus probably retained his memories because he was the heart of Zodiac, right? He didn't got sundered, but then again, he technically did, right? Or maybe the heart of Zodiac actually remained on the source, whereas the parts of Zodiac got sundered somehow. Because the souls within Zodiac that we encountered on the moon, they were still whole as well, right? So... yeah, now that I think about it, how exactly does that work? Because the moon... we still don't entirely know, right? Because the moon exists on the other shards as well, correct? I'm pretty sure they have a moon as well. But when we talked about it being a vessel to escape, we only ever talked about the source and the fact that the shards would be lost, which is why we didn't go for the plan in the first place, right? Because we wanted to save the shards as well. But, I don't know. So there must have been... La Habrea must have known something as well, right? Somehow. He must have known something. Because he didn't lose memories at any point in time. As far as we now currently know or suspect. Maybe something that will happen during this raid series sort of prompts La Habrea to lose his memories as well? At least part of them? I mean, obviously it depends who Themis is talking about here. I mean, I know that we're probably going to find out, but it's just... whoever he's talking about seems to have known what would happen for some reason. While I could not comprehend his meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. He does have a way of being right about these things. He does, huh? Even so, his hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into Pandaemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anagnorisis. The words of La Habrea, is that some kind of circle of people around La Habrea who are working on Pandaemonium, or with Pandaemonium, or in Pandaemonium? Huh. Anagnorisis, that's the normal central part here, right? The place we were at is the break area, yeah. Who are you? What a fascinating etheric signature. Words of La Habrea speaker. In accordance with the Convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandaemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandaemonium as you please. Okay, cool. Now, that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigations together. Yeah, they're surprisingly open about the idea of us investigating this as well. So I have a feeling somehow La Habrea knows that we would be here and travel back in time. How does that make sense, though? Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warden's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandaemonium are called wardens, for their role with respect to the creatures within. Warders? Not wardens? Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. I don't know if that's... I mean, considering that they think of themselves as pretty much perfect, I guess they're not really considering any kinds of problems that might occur with that, but I don't know if that's generally the best idea, right? Considering that even here in Elpis, sometimes, creatures sort of run rampant and just kill other creatures, or, Those who spend their days in Pandaemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandaemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with the utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late. The warders, they're called warders. Wait, I need to look that up. Is that some kind of old English version of wardens? Or is that some sort of other special word that I'm not aware of? Warder. Prison warder. Chiefly. Huh. I guess it's just a very British version of it, huh? Well, alright. The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if they were anything worth worrying about. I thought that communication ceased with that place. Did I miss anything? Like... So everything's alright, but communications have ceased? What? I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him? Know him? We've met. Let's keep it at that, I guess. We certainly have met. Yes, we did indeed. That a mere familiar would have had the honor to meet Master La Habrea. He is not known to easily afford others his time, so you must be extraordinary indeed to be granted even a moment of it. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. We're just gonna tear the whole place apart, I feel like, but alright. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandaemonium. The Neos that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Lethe. Let us delay no further. Yeah, what? Didn't Themis literally tell us that communications were broken off or something? Pandaemonium can be reached via the Neos on the island to the northeast. I suggest you hurry before your companion leaves you behind. Oh wait, is that the teleporter that we weren't able to use before? Where it just said, oh, it's like a... Wait, what did it say? Didn't it say something along the lines of it's an ancient teleporter that seems to haven't been used in a long time or something? Wait, I need to... so this is when you fell on top of us, right? Although, no, he did say his assignment was very routine. That's about the crystal. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandaemonium. Facility exceeds beneath Elpis. House's creation is highly dangerous. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandaemonium ceased. And then first gain permission. What are we? Words of Law. What a fascinating. In accordance with the convocations of the two of you, been granted leave to observe Pandaemonium. Well, I've been permitted in the specimens. Blah blah. Generally, creation zone must be on star. Has been this star. I know not the purpose of your investigation. If it is aught that merits a report, pray do so. The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if there was anything to worry about. Am I missing something here? Why are they Why was Themis saying that communications have ceased, but then apparently everything's alright, or they think everything's alright? So either he knows more about it than the warders themselves, or they just aren't overly concerned by the fact that communications are no more. That's a bit of a strange thing, isn't it? I feel like I'm missing something there, but communications have ceased, but at the same time everything's alright. Okay. I guess so. Yeah, this is exactly the teleporter that I thought it would be. I guess it doesn't get used very often, huh? I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you too have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. Great. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else, why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? If you only knew that you were the fate you were talking about. In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandaemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? This looks absolutely crazy, right? But this is still in the sky, correct? It's below Elpis, but Elpis is literally sort of at the edge of the planet's atmosphere, or at least pretty high up. Definitely fascinating that this... I for sure would have thought that this was some kind of... Well, I mean, in a way, I think it is sort of hell. But... not at all at the same time. It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave. A portent as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeing and vain hope. I guess the waters just aren't able to see those ether fluctuations as well as Themis obviously can. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Why put up creepy statues, though? Wouldn't have been enough to just... I don't know. And why the spikes as well? They're not going to deter anything from escaping, I feel like. Because the chains, surely, like the chains in the background, surely they're magical? Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Interesting choice of music as well, right? One second. Let me... I think that was the wrong button. This button, yeah. Wanted to turn my headset up a little bit. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. So, the things that we are going to fight during the raid, there are more or less going to be the creations that they put in here, though, right? Not anybody overly special. I mean, I'm not saying that that's bad per se. Because that obviously leaves a lot of room for very cool boss designs, and potentially mechanics designs as well. But I would have thought before we went here that it might possibly be I don't know, I don't know what I thought. I didn't think anything at all, to be honest, but okay, yeah, so probably most of the raid bosses are going to be creations that they put in here. Although, that leaves a lot of interesting sort of connections to the present, right? So we might fight things that exist in another form in the present. That would be very, very cool, wouldn't it? 1 second, I quickly have to check. Yeah, 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I just got a message from work, so you know, I'll have to dip in and out here and there just to answer. But like right now, well. Okay, I'll be right back, sorry. Okay, sorry. That was a bit of got a call as well, so let's get back into it. I know I still have to deal with work a little bit, but yeah. Let's go. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. I don't know. Once again, sort of this whole thing with Elpis as well is... Somehow it feels like the ancients were a bit... I don't know, overconfident in their abilities, I feel like. That they created places like this, but I don't know, right? I mean, feels like they sort of had a mindset of, oh well, you know, if something happens to go wrong, then we're powerful enough to just, I don't know, delete it or make it right or whatever, right? So, yeah, I don't know. However, there is something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. I'm just gonna use the Zem's crystal, it'll be fine. Should I lose focus, Pandaemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. It's good that we came when we did, though, huh? What would have happened if we had taken a couple of days longer to go here? Were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. This request doesn't come as a surprise, to be honest. At least you received it with good humor. Rest assured, I do not mean to stand by idle while you risk life and limb. I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as a basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. Oh? Never mind then. I thought we were going to use Zem's crystal, but apparently Elidibus will just, or Themis, sorry, will just summon other familiars to fight at our side, and he's actually capable of creating 7 other people that are as strong as we are? For some reason? Okay. But perhaps 7 shall do. Ah, what a coincidence! I'm used to fighting with 8 people, 7 others, including me. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Then so shall it be. Now, what I wonder awaits us in Pandaemonium's pitiless halls. Wait, so he's able to just basically create 7 other people that will fight with us, but he's not able to fight himself while also keeping up the protections. I mean, I guess it's about the focus, not necessarily about strength or amount of ether or anything like that. But so far, I don't know. Interesting, to say the least. This place does look awesome, though, right? Although the music is way cheerier than I thought it would have been. But, I mean, that pretty much means that this will be the first boss arena, I guess. I cannot say for sure what awaits us. Let us make ready for the worst, and we shall not be taken by surprise. Oh, I just noticed my crafting thing is still up. Or not crafting, gathering experience bonus thing. Wait, when did I activate that? Oh, well, 13 hours ago by the looks of it. Interesting. Alright, before I do that though, I have to take another short break. I need to deal with work-related stuff just for a short while longer. And I also need a bathroom break and want to grab water. So, yeah, be right back. Oh boy, yeah, that took a while. I'm really sorry for that. I just, sometimes those things just take longer than you expect, but at least I got my water now. which is always good to have. Now we can finally start with this. Let's see. Asphodelos, the First Circle. The discovery of a crystal born from the far reaches of the ethereal sea and the desperate plea contained within lead you once more to Elpis, where your trajectory quite literally collides with that of a young man named Themis. Like you, he is here for answers, seeking the source of an etheric disturbance culminating in loss of contact with the jail housing the ancient's most dangerous creations. It is this place, this Pandaemonium, into which you now descend. Okay. So, I don't know, so far, I'm really not quite sure what to make of this. It's just that, I don't know. It feels like, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff about this. I mean, obviously we've seen this already during the life letter. And we know that Themis is going to become Elidibus. At least judging by his voice actor. In the post-credit scene, right? Of the main story. Having said that though, I don't know. One thing that definitely surprised me is that this is essentially sort of part of Elpis, which, you know, considering how the surroundings look like, technically we're still far above the planet's surface, I guess. And I mean, if you really want to think about it, sort of the look of the surrounding clouds maybe just look like that because they're part of the sort of magical enchantment that surrounds this place, which the chains are also probably part of. But yeah, the discovery that this is basically part of Elpis, interesting. I for sure would have thought that it would be something different, but I guess here we are. I mean, I don't mind that, don't get me wrong. It's actually pretty cool, in a way, right? That it's something entirely different. Well, this didn't take 70 minutes now, did it? So yeah. I don't know. It's just that so far it sort of seems, oh yeah, well we found this crystal 12,000 years in the future, so then what does it have to do with this, and how does this work, and how can there be a threat if it apparently hasn't been resolved in the future, and how do they not know what this is about? Oh, what the fuck is happening? I'll save them. I must. What? This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he's in no state to answer questions. Perhaps you can bring this... What? For sure I would have thought we would fight one of the monsters, and now we fight one of the warders? This is just really strange, right? Oh, hi there, peeps. Warder of the Condemned. Eric Thronius? It's a very cool design. Why would he just immediately fight us, though? Ooh, the music is great. Well, yeah, the wall does kill you. see what this is about then, huh? Jailer's Flail. Oh, yeah, that's not that easy to see. Now it's the other side. What is he even doing? Oh, he's sort of raising his arm. That's probably the Raid White, huh? Yeah. So this flail is targeted. Okay, and then a stack marker. Oh, he's rotating his chain thing. Interesting. Heavy hand, that's a tank buster. Interesting that the tank buster comes a lot later than usual. In normal modes at least. Temperance? Some sort of debuff? Wait. Are we meant to know... I somehow did it correctly? Oh, so the bottom thing explodes first, huh? And then you have to... Oh, yeah, I see. Alright, so now I have to go here. Okay, I get it. So the bottom crystal explodes first. And, and you need to be the opposite element. Alright, so far so good. Visually pretty cool, but also easy to tell. Shining cells. Whoa. That looks rather cool. I cannot allow you to run free. Ether chain? Okay. Oh, right. It's literally just the color of this chain. Once again, I'm not sure if I like the visuals for this. Ether flail? Oh, now, oh, he's combining the color with his sight thing. Now he's doing the opposite. Ooh, I'm not safe here. Ah, shit. I shouldn't have run. I noticed too late that he turned. I thought it was safe there. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. The visuals sort of look very cool, but at the same time, they're definitely... I don't know, a bit more unclear than what they did in the past. So now he's sitting right again. And then I think... Yeah. Oh, the other summoner slam shot. Okay. Guess it's just... Oh, I don't have... Whoopsie. I wanted to get the other summoner up, but I don't have enough mana for it. Alright, now this again, I need to go here. In Temporal Torment? Was that something else, or... Oh no, that's just him activating the crystals. Now I need to go here. And then I can just stay here, right? Okay. Now he's doing the flail as well. I think he's hitting us right. Yeah, once again, I don't know. This is, I wouldn't say that it's completely visually unclear, but it's certainly not as clear as it could be, I feel like. So that's the raid wipe once more. Does he have anything else, or is he literally doing only that? That's the tank buster. Shining, yeah. Now it's the cells again. Okay, he's not hitting anything. Yeah, that's... He started with that flail very, very late. At least it looked like it. Oh, wait. Let me get up the other summoner this time. Oh, thank you for running in my direction. He's... Ooh, that was close. Yeah, that flail? With everything else going on? I mean, I know that I have all the effects turned on, but still. This is effect overload in a lot of ways. This wasn't like it was in the past. Whoa. Healer's almost dead. I feel an overwhelming heat. I have to go here. Yeah, the other summoner, I think, is not really... doesn't really understand what's going on. Very, very interesting. So, in and of itself, a cool design, but only 2 mechanics, really. Weirdly enough. Huh. Oh, I completely forgot to take closed journal with me. Oh, and then again, I can do that later. So I'm going to pass on everything right now, because I still have to figure out which ones I want to get, and also we'll do this with our static later on anyway. With my static, that is. So... Ah, that's fine. I'm not sure. I mean, the presentation is really, really cool. Definitely reminds me of sort of Zodiark's presentation as well. But I have a feeling it's a lot more visually unclear than in the past, though maybe that is because of the animations of the new summoner? I don't know, but it just felt like just a bit like the color combinations. If he has, I mean, you can tell what he's doing, right? I'm not saying that it's impossible to see or anything. it's not that hard to see, but at the same time, I don't know. It's just, I guess, the combinations of colors that they use, because usually they tend to use colors that are very distinct from one another. And this time, they sort of didn't. I mean, it's very cool that they have, like, really new animations for stuff as well, right? The ice fire crystal thing, that definitely looks very cool. But purely mechanically, there wasn't really a lot happening, and also, I mean, let's think back. So Ramu, for example, with all the charging stuff and the clouds and all the things going on, definitely a lot more than this, right? Eden 9, Cloud of Darkness, with the disappearing arena bits and the tethering and all that kind of stuff. Definitely a lot more than this. And then also the first fight in Eden, E1, with the huge cutscene and like the gravitas thing, and I don't know, this fight, it was definitely far less than Zodiac normal. Or not far less, but I don't know, there just wasn't a lot going on, right? Huh. I mean, I'm not, this isn't criticism per se. I'm just saying that, I wonder what this will be in Savage. Either they add a lot onto this, or it's just gonna be a lot faster? I don't know. Maybe they just don't really want to show too much? Because with these mechanics that he just did, I'm not so sure how you would make them any more. Like, obviously you can make them faster, you can just make it so that there are like 5 crystals, ice fire crystals, and you have to figure out on which platform to stand very, very quickly, things like that. But in general, not a lot of things that could be, heavily altered, I feel like. At least not in a way where they would be truly a Savage mechanic. I don't know. And then the flailing chain, I mean, yes, you can see it, right? It's not impossible to see, but the flailing chain in combination, when the ground turns like red and green, and the whatever else he does, like, I mean, you can see it, but especially for people who are colorblind, I don't know, this all seems, wow, rather a lot more similar in terms of color design, all of the things that are going on. But again, very, very interesting that we've apparently fought the Warden for some reason. Huh. How the heck do you leave this place anyways? Can you just go to the teleporter? So I guess these red barriers are just for probably the monsters and the stuff that's jailed in here, right? This elevator as well, this looks weirdly placed, doesn't it? The colors of the elevator don't fit the surrounding area at all. And the green as well, why would this elevator have green stuff on it? Or not, it's a teleporter, not an elevator. I'm an idiot. But this looks, for some reason, weirdly out of place. Like they just said, oh wait, we need a point where you can teleport back, and they just used the same asset without adjusting. Like, this would have made much more sense if the elevator had the same color as the ground here, right? Again, I really don't want to criticize the game, but you know, I mean, let's see. Let's not. What's the word? Let's not count all of our horses. Something. That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors have spun from your ether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated. Except for the other summoner. No, I'm joking. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. Yeah, this place definitely doesn't seem fine. I don't know what the speaker of La Habrea's things, whatever he was called, was talking about, but yeah. He stirs. What came over me? Ericthonius. It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation, anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Oh. Wait, are we maybe witnessing the beginnings of the final days back in their day? Did it start here somewhere for some reason? Pray accept my apologies, and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. So maybe if Meteon's wave of desperation is already starting, maybe it's influencing the monsters in here far more than the planet? Or far more quickly, I guess? I am Ericthonius, a ward of Asphodelos? Yeah. Pandaemonium's highest layer, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandaemonium? The creations interred within Asphodelos have been set free, and stalk its halls to no end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandaemonium is under the charge of a key ward who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Habrea is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury, then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other waters. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. We've come here from the surface. Well, yeah, we're still up in the sky, right? I'm correct in that. So when he says we've come from the surface, he just, means somewhere below us. Very, very interesting. Horror among horrors. So Pandaemonium's protectors are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual or individuals that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what has transpired here, what measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandaemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. They can do that? Well, I guess it was created by creation magic, so it can be undone by creation magics, huh? As I thought. Were the creatures to escape into the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of La Habrea would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. Wait, would they literally kill everyone in here to... Well, I guess it makes sense, right? Does it, though? Would they truly just... I don't know... literally wipe this place out of existence with everybody still in it? I mean, I guess I don't know how many wards there are. Could be 4, it could be 40. But, wouldn't they try to at least get them out before they wipe this place? You would go alone. I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. I mean, again, with a place like this existing, I know this is probably the first time anything has ever happened, but isn't this practically a recipe for disaster? And so I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Ericthonius, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. Thankfully, we are here. That being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. Okay. I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes some way toward encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So, you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandaemonium yet hold, so for the moment time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and him have set us upon. Well, yeah, I mean, as long as the risk isn't too great, I guess we can investigate further. that much makes sense. It's just... all of this does seem a bit strange, right? Themis, and... yes, thank you. The Warders owe you a great debt already. And wouldn't you sort of make sure that whoever works here would be capable of, you know, essentially wiping this place clean of creatures if something went wrong? That also sort of seems like an oversight. Although maybe they put a lot more thought into the magic barriers than I think they did. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandaemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now, let us turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates in case any have followed you out. Let's see where this goes then. I mean, the setup is very cool. I just... some of these... I don't know, it just seems a bit strange somehow in certain regards, doesn't it? I mean, again, it is somewhat in line with how I felt about Elpis and what they were doing there, where you sort of got the feeling that the ancients were very, very overconfident of their own creation magics, right? They just looked at it as like a tool and nothing more really, and also a tool that is pretty much perfect and can't break ever. And I don't know, this place just seems like a bad idea overall, or at least, I mean, well, then again, obviously we still know absolutely nothing about what happened here, right? So technically it might be that I guess what, like, the fact that the warders as well seem affected by it probably was never anticipated at all, right? It was probably never anticipated that the warders would actually be, I don't know, influenced by this to some degree. Is there once again like a graphical error with the shadows down there? Or was I... It almost looked like there was... Yeah, there is. See the shadow on the railing? Oh, whoops. It just appeared out of thin air. Can I maybe recreate that? That looked very much... Yeah, see? Now they're gone. The shadows, I mean. There is... I don't know. That wasn't present while I was doing the main story, though. Now they're here again. There's definitely something wrong with the lighting. That's also what I noticed, and it was very, very noticeable during the cutscene that I did yesterday in the role quest. Where we sat in Ishgard in the church throne room of the vault. I don't know what the room is called specifically, but it had a lot of problems during that particular cutscene with the shadows. It seemed like it was constantly sort of loading and unloading them, or rather the sort of, it didn't really know whether to draw the shadows or not. I don't know if there seems to be a bug with the lighting going on. Huh. Interesting. It seems our investigation will be quite the ordeal after all. Still, I find it hard to believe that La Habrea knows naught of what has transpired here. Whoever the mastermind of this crisis is, they do not lack for power and cunning. Oh? Meaning that maybe La Habrea might have had a hand in it? This is also interesting. We just got transported to the back, so I guess there are like 3 magical seals that are supposed to hold creatures at bay? Although I am wondering, like, why are these statues here, right? Just from a sort of logical standpoint, why would you decorate a place specifically made to, I don't know, study and research beasts, like very violent beasts? Why would you put statues like that here? Maybe it's supposed to deter the beasts from escaping, but strange, right? Well, I guess let's see what's inside, shall we? Under the surface. Yeah, it's very intriguing so far, but at the same time also, definitely has some sort of leaps in logic that still need to be explained. See, once again, the shadow in the background. But that was... I could swear that problem wasn't present while I was going through the main story. But the client wasn't updated in the last... Right? I mean, isn't this the first... Wait, when did I play through the story? I finished the story last Tuesday, right? Pretty much exactly 8 days ago. Or 7 days ago, depending how you look at it. I think there was a maintenance in between, but they didn't... I mean, if the shadows are wrong, that just seems more like a client issue, doesn't it? So maybe for some reason I just didn't notice it during the main story? But it's very apparent in some of the cutscenes now. That is weird, right? Nah, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. I can't change it now. It's just... Huh. Strange. Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor water has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the waters and creations both? Oh, by the way, I just noticed his rope, like Eric's rope, Eric Thonius, he has some kind of belt, right? That looks very special. I wonder if that sort of has the key on it for this whole place? Naturally, although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor, our untold hours of study go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing, that is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile. I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Oh. Okay. Ah, so you have met him before. I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandaemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility, that is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in the position of Chief Keyword. So his mentor was on the convocation before La Habrea? The current one, anyway? Her name was Athena. Ah. And she was a researcher with the words. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact. Athena. So Athena was the previous La Habrea, then? Correct? I see. I did not know there was a chief keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by duty to the words, then. You wish also to preserve the work of your mentor. You've the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder, and cannot wield interment magics. Ah, but of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Wait, you did? Interment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principles. Wait, what? You didn't bind us? Guess you tried to, huh? While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the keyword of each tier is permitted to use interment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. And you're not the keyword? Wait, I'm confused. Aren't you... What? Wait, La Habrea is the keyword, right? Okay. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, interment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Okay. Indeed. While the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of interment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I am afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast such spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well-versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assure the duties of keyword without instruction to assume. That being said, if I were to learn more of interment and its inner workings, perhaps. Well, you have a water standing in front of you. Well, the solution is obvious then, when you put it like that. Ericthonius, you implied that what prevented you from performing interment was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, and we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their motions have been burnt into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures, though I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that he could dispatch on his own if the spell were to go awry. So they are trying to sort of perform this binding spell while I'm supposed to fight the creatures? Oh, no, right. I completely misunderstood for a second there. We are purposefully engaging one creature so that they can test whether or not that method of sealing them back in actually works. I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodelis are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Okay. The hippocampus is actually... That was referenced in I don't know, maybe in the main story or maybe in a side quest of Elpis. Definitely heard the name before. Then that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the interment magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. Sure. Let's see what the hippocampus is doing. As dependable as ever. Once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keyword's magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. The hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. I mean, you weren't much of a challenge, so... Let's see what that second thing is about then. Second circle. Now I find it a bit interesting that they are calling it the first, second, third circle and so on. Because it's not really that in a way, right? I take it we are each ready to fulfill our respective roles. Truth be told, this will be the first time I've practiced magic that requires such a degree of cooperation between parties. How thrilling! Well, he certainly likes all of this. Athena ever drove home the fact that our subjects should be treated with the utmost care. It would be best if we could see them confined once again rather than disposed of like beasts gone feral. Interestingly enough, so Athena, if I got that right, was the previous La Habrea. For some reason during that conversation, I sort of got the feeling that the current La Habrea isn't really liked by the people here. Or it's just a very unapproachable person in general. Which is interesting, to say the least, right? I wonder how this turns out. I mean, this has to lead to some revelation about La Habrea that we just didn't know about until this point. I mean, I don't expect that to be part of the first tier, right? That's probably going to come at the very end. But yeah, Second circle. Oh wait, I'm not overcapping anything, right? I hope? No, I'm not. Alright, that's fine. The second circle. The warder Erichthonius has brought with him the chilling news that all creations within Asphodelis, the highest level of Pandaemonium, now run free of their fetters. In order to prevent total chaos from bursting forth unto the world above. What? What world above? Wait, are we... I'm confused. Are we below the surface of the planet? Suddenly, I thought we were below Elpis. Demas and Erichthonius plan to utilize interment magics to safely capture any errant creatures, if their theory translates well into practice, that is. With only one way to find out, you head for the waterways to confront a monster of legend, the water-wielding hippocampus. I like that it's called hippocampus. Campus. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Where is this place exactly? It's sort of annoying me that it was so unclear with that. Because Elpis, or did I sort of misjudge the position of Elpis or one? Or was Demas talking about the fact maybe Pandaemonium is like literally below Elpis, but still below the planet's surface? But wouldn't it make more sense to keep these creatures... I mean, the reason why Elpis is so far up in the sky, right? is because that if any creature escapes, it won't be right on the planet, right? They would have ample time to capture it, I guess. Wouldn't the same principle apply especially with this place? I'm really confused as to where the hell this is supposed to be. I mean, with the setup and with the fact that it's sort of representing hell, apparently, for some reason, although it really doesn't in this case, maybe it is supposed to be below the planet's surface, but again, I don't know, that contradicts weirdly with what Venus said. I'm really confused. Again, it sort of goes back to, so he was talking about, oh yeah, all communications from Pandaemonium have ceased. And then the other guy, right, the speaker of the wards, or not, well, it wasn't the speaker of the wards, it was the speaker of the words of La Habrea, which is an entirely different circle, I guess, to the ones that are the wards here, or do they belong together? And they apparently didn't know about any ceased communications, right? So there's just these weird, seemingly contradictory things going on for some reason that's really confusing me, because just like with the mechanics and their visual clarity, these are normally things that the game describes in a lot of detail to avoid confusion like that, right? And for some reason, because of that, this just seems like they accidentally sort of did that, but maybe they did it on purpose as well. Honestly, I couldn't tell right now. Very, very strange. Wait, I thought I... I thought I read something about world transfer, but maybe I didn't. Maybe that was a reference to something else. Because I thought for a second they sort of deactivated world transfer or something, but I don't think they have. I mean, I don't know. Unless you're playing during morning hours, I think it would be very unwise to actually server transfer, or try server transfer at this time. Asphodelis, the second circle. And why exactly do they have waterways here? I guess it's for water creatures then? That's the hippocampus? Oh, that thing is mystic creation. I was confused about his head for a second, or its head rather. But apparently it's sort of floating above. Oh yeah, sure. We don't need a countdown. Countdowns are overrated, as always. Murky depths. Alright, usual raid white. Double tank buster. So far very standard. Broken cataract. What just happened? Wait. I'm rather confused about that. So that's the raid white again, right? Yeah. Sewage deluge. Then another raid white? Oh, it's activating these. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's literally there's water here. Okay. Some flood thing. Okay. So far, so good. Predatory site. These are usually stacking, right? Okay. Shockwave. I'm just gonna showcast this. So he jumps to one of those points. I assume we can't be standing in the water, right? Although I'm not entirely... I think it's just gonna... We're probably just gonna damage us. What was that skill? The head comes up... Oh! Wait, the head comes off? Oh! I didn't even... Oh! Whoopsie. I didn't even see that was... I was confused because the creature still had its head, right? The head was still there, so... Oh, there's a line stack as well. Sorry. Well, that was weird, right? So the... for some reason the dragon was charging through the arena even though it was still on his head. That was really confusing visually, I felt like. So now it's turning on the water again. I suppose you can just not stand in the water, correct? Now it's this weird cross-shaped thing again. Huh. Huge eruption. So I think what it's sort of doing is that the head is actually doing stuff, right? And it's I think the markers are sort of showing us a second boss hitbox that is referencing where the head will start its attacks from, right? I think that's what that is meant to convey. Okay, now I saw him. Yeah, it's just rather strange to me that for some reason the head seemingly is still on his head while also flying through the arena. I think that would have been cooler if it actually was removed from his... Oh wait, it is. Oh, I didn't even see that animation before. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. So it's growing a new... It's literally growing a new head. Is what it's doing. That's why I was confused, of course. Alright. So, I was confused why it still had a head, even though the head was charging through the arena, but yeah, it's literally just growing new heads every time. Interesting. Okay, I'm a big fan of the arena design in this one. I hope they really do cool stuff with that in Savage. Although I'm not entirely sure, I think you can just not stand in the water, I guess? Probably just damages you for some reason. Maybe I should try what it actually does, huh? Yeah, alright. You just get a dot. Oh, shit. Yeah. So as soon as you step into the water, you just get a dot. Oh, I completely missed that as well. I completely missed that. I thought it was like a cross-shaped AoE. It's not at all. It's just that the head and the... Ah, shit. That was bad. The head and the creature itself, they're just both doing stuff. I was oh, yeah. I completely missed how that worked. Because I didn't see the second part of that whole animation thing. Oh, and now they're recapturing the thing? Ah, cool. Wow. That was a pretty cool, like, end fight animation. Huh. Yeah, let's pass on everything for now. Okay, so... the design is very cool. I like the surrounding area, definitely. I like the arena design. Although it's still... like, technically, you know, you can sort of look at it just being a square as well. But, yeah. Definitely has a lot of cool possibilities. So the water literally just gives you a dot. Which probably means in Savage that you're pretty much gonna die immediately. Or almost immediately, that is. Okay. And then, well, the rest of the stuff was really cool. I didn't grasp what was happening at first, right? Because I saw the red arrow, right? So there is an actual hitbox that is around the boss as usual. And then when he does his separation of head and body, the dragon head gets like an additional red circle thing that shows where it's facing. And then the thing that I didn't see at first is the orange marker. So there is yet another orange marker that's showing you in which direction the body is doing his attack. And at first, I just thought that the head was doing like a cross-shaped attack, but it's not at all. the head is doing like a big line AoE, and the boss is doing a big line AoE as well. Or rather, no, it's a half-room cleave in the same direction as what the head is facing into, I think. Or not, or maybe not. Maybe I missed something else there, but they're definitely, they get two different markers for which direction they're facing. Again, a bit visually unclear, because the red hitbox is still there at the same time. Then there is another red marker on top of it that shows you where the head is facing, and then the orange marker of where the body is facing is sort of in between that. So once you know that, it's, well, I guess it's about knowing it, right? Once you know what to look for, it's actually pretty easy to see. Yeah, and then I was really, really confused about what he was doing with his head, because I missed at first when it was doing the charge through the arena for the first time. I didn't actually notice the animation of the head growing back, but it's literally like every time the head is doing something or going to the edge of the arena, it's growing another head. And so one of the heads is charging through the arena, and the boss itself also has heads as well, or has one head for that matter. Yeah, but this was, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say entirely new. I mean, the mechanics themselves, aside from the water arena stuff, which again, I think is really, really cool. I like the arena design. It's definitely interesting. The other stuff was fairly standard, right? It had rate-wise, obviously, it had a double tank buster. It had the markers on everyone individually, so there's definitely going to be assigned positions on this arena, right? 8 players standing in 8 different directions. But yeah, aside from that, this fight looked a lot more interesting than the first one. In terms of its possibilities, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that Savage actually follows through on that, but I definitely like the arena design. It's very, very cool. And with the water surrounding everything. So I guess this hippocampus actually wreaked havoc in these halls? Once again, I'm a bit confused. Why are these cages here, right? If this creature is living here, well, pretty much alone, because... it's interesting. From this angle, the arena looks a lot closer to the edge of the water than it actually is. It's actually pretty high up. But yeah, these cages, right? They wouldn't be filled with creatures, necessarily. Maybe they're sometimes filled up with whatever this thing is eating, so that it actually has something to eat. Well, interesting. Interesting. Huh. That was a trial by fire, or water, I suppose, but I had faith we would see it through. So long as we had your stout arm, of course. I knew that you were no mere mercenary, but to make such clean work of the hippocampus, seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandaemonium, let alone display their skills. Mastery takes all forms indeed. Yeah, see, this is, again, sort of a weird thing, right? So, for some reason, mercenaries rarely, or seasoned fighters, scarcely have occasion to visit Pandaemonium. You would sort of think that that would be a regular occurrence, almost. How are they studying these creatures if they're not... Well, obviously, their goal wouldn't be to fight them, right? They just want to study them. But then at the same time, I mean, I guess it's sort of a difference in understanding of what he actually means, because just just the pure fact that they're very able to wield creation magics and therefore probably can just conjure up, I don't know, additional chains or something, that's probably very different to what he considers actual fighting, right? But still, a weird detail nonetheless, isn't it? Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Thermus's power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magus. Magus? 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 Truly, having seen your abilities firsthand in your fight with him, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception, and 'tis only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. See, once again, the shadows just completely vanish for some reason. That is weird! Or are these shadows meant to be here? Yeah, something really, really bad is going on with the lighting for some reason. And it's not even... I didn't even change anything, right? I changed absolutely nothing. Like, not my camera position, not anything. I was just scrolling through the dialogue text. Oh, maybe it's because of the time of day? I think it was 6 p.m. in game when that change occurred. Yeah, there's definitely something going on with that. Wait, how many of these materia do I have, by the way? 17. Maybe I should get determination next, just to have a bit more of those as well. Ooh, that looks interesting. The Fires of Creation. So wonder where we'll go next. While our success in sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other waters concerns me. The keyword of Asphodelos is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what waters he could and retreated to a safe area. Are there safe areas within this thing? Let us hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the keywords besides their magical prowess. Is there aught more you can share? Ooh. Of course. A man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here, in spite of my inaptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not only masters of interment, they can also bend the hallways of Pandaemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am certain that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control over the environs is imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus upon arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is as capable as caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has like as not taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. The innermost circle would be the safest place. Interesting. From there, they could flee to Abyssos if hard-pressed, which is maybe the second tier? Even should they have sought safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelis, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked? Phoenix? Not Phoenix? Phoenix. I have heard the name before, a fiery bird with life eternal. Yeah, that's definitely Phoenix. So, wait, what? What are the implications here with that? Well, I mean, the implications are, I guess, what they've always been, right? So the primals were creations that the ancients created, and then sort of still were part of the memories of some of the races, and then they sort of decided to bring about, like, unconsciously decided to summon something that sort of fit their, I guess, their tribe or their problems, whatever they were facing, right? And what they summoned forth was always something that already existed back in this day, right? And I guess with Phoenix, that's sort of the same thing. So Luzwa, during the battle with Bahamut, became Phoenix because sort of the land gave him enough ether to do so. But Phoenix as a creature itself existed before. Well, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it. It existed before, right? It existed already during this time. Interesting. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. So La Habrea was the one who created Phoenix? Uh-huh. And he was hardly the only one. This Phoenix will be but one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus was it confined within Pandaemonium. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words. When I received word that at long last La Habrea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the warders of Pandaemonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't think they did, for some reason. I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Habrea has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. I feel like there's a pretty important and problematic divide between the people who watch over these creatures and the people who create and research them. But enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. It's a weird word. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of Pandaemonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll need to bring Asphodelis' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. Okay. Once again, I mean, I know... once again, the sort of Oh, we're actually changing positions? That's interesting. I didn't expect that. But, alright, those... Why wouldn't they have an actual sort of staircase or something? So there's this huge castle-looking thing with these great-looking halls and whatever the hell. But the way to get up here is just a ladder? Or 4 ladders for that matter? Oh, hello there. We fight in the corridor here? Hi. Oh. Yeah, he just changed everything, right? What? So I guess we just saw the last boss list here. It's probably the keyword? It seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we have conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to enter the Voynix. Yeah, the thing that I was going to say is that, you know, I know how these raid quests work. They've always worked the exact same way, more or less. But at the same time, I'm still always sort of confused by the pacing a little bit. I know obviously this is it's purposefully done this way, where essentially it's really about unlocking these fights, and sort of the story is wrapped around them, right? So there is an introduction, or there has been an introduction in this case, and then sort of the conclusion or whatever bigger picture there is that we will get to know will happen after the 4th fight, probably. And everything in between is just sort of a brief explanation. Oh yeah, this is why the next fight happens. But essentially the fights happen very quickly in succession, right? 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so where was I? The thing is, I always know that the raid tiers work that way, that they are mostly about very quickly unlocking these fights, but it's still sometimes a bit strange to see that pacing in action, right? Because it feels like there should be a much larger story here. And there probably is. I mean, overall, I think the raid tier is probably going to have a cool story. I mean, there's definitely a lot of possibility for that. It's just that, yeah, once again, it's, you know, it sometimes does feel a bit strange going through it and unlocking these fights in very, very quick succession, right? Again, I'm not complaining. I'm not saying they should do that differently. It's just weird sometimes, right? And it's always this way, but it's still, every time I go through them, it just, I guess it's because it's always sort of after you've done main story bits, right? and the main story feels just so extensive, and it puts a lot of focus on like individual characters and locations and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that the Raid story doesn't do that. It's just it's very differently paced. For an obvious reason. Again, it's because there are these fights that need to be unlocked, and they need to make sense within the context of the story, and they also need to be unlocked in, you know, somewhat of a quick succession, right? So in terms of that, you know, it definitely makes sense. It's just, again, I guess it's this weird difference to the main story that's somewhat making this feel, I guess, differently than what it otherwise would feel like. We shall gain naught from allowing the larger implications of this to distract us from the fight ahead. The Phoenix's rage will be unbridled, but I trust you are prepared for the worst. Alright, so this is sort of the initial creation of the Phoenix, apparently created by La Habrea. Interesting. Fight well, friend. Well, thanks for the encouragement, I guess. Okay, the last boss, though, will definitely be the keyword of this area, right? So for some reason, I guess we'll find out, but they've also been altered or changed to some degree. Or at least influenced by something to act differently. But yeah, one thing that I'm also definitely wondering about is sort of this seemingly existing divide between sort of this place and the people that work within it. That was apparently established by the previous La Habrea, Athena. And then the current La Habrea that we know that sits on the convocation, I don't know, seems somewhat distant to this place for some reason, right? So that's very, very interesting. Okay. Now, we're right in the middle of all of this, but I'm going to take a lunch break right now. Usual sort of 30 minutes. I'm obviously not gonna log out this time, like I did on Sunday. I'm not gonna do that again. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break, about 30 minutes, have some lunch, and when I'm back, I'll continue with everything, right? Okay. So yeah. Thought the lighting was weird for a second there, but okay. Let's just chill here for the time being and return when I've had my lunch. Be right back. See you then. Oh boy. Yeah. This day isn't going at all like I had expected or planned, and I hope it will continue to go better from this point forward. Holy shit, that was a long break. Wasn't really my fault. I'm not gonna get into it, obviously, but it's just that was way too long of a break. I didn't want to take a break that long, actually. Well, 1 second. I just need to get back into it. Need to take a look at things here. Nobody has written anything important to me. Okay, good. Now let's finally get into this. So we did unlock the third fight already, right? The Phoenix stuff? Yeah, so let's actually do that. Let's get into this. I want to be done with it. No, it's not that I want to be done with it. Obviously it's cool. It's just, again, with these long breaks that I didn't really plan for, I also want to do some other stuff, right? I need to do dailies when they come around. I want to level my botanist. I definitely wanted to get botanist to 90. Because, well, one thing that I figured out while talking about work with my colleague is that I'm going to work I'm going to work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. Meaning that there's going to be not that much time left to actually level everything to 90 and also make it usable to some degree before Savage. So yeah. One thing that I kind of forgot with that though, shit. If I work Wednesday and Thursday, I won't be able to lock in before raid. Shoot, I completely forgot about that. Well, I mean, it's not Savage yet, so it's not a big deal, but I definitely have to talk about that with my static. Well, never mind. It's not going to be a big deal for the extremes, although I would really like to do them with them as well. Whatever. I need to talk about them with that, but alright, let's get into this. Let's actually finish this normal raid. So, Phoenix, or Phoenix? Phoenix? Having successfully subdued the hippocampus, your group sets out to find Erichthonius' fellow warders, presumed to be hiding in the deepest circles of Asphodelis. Standing in your way, however, is the Phoenix, a violent, failed iteration of the iconic immortal bird. Wait, so this is a failed iteration, though. Once again, that was very ambiguous during the dialogue options. Because first they made it seem, oh yeah, this is the Phoenix. Then they made it seem, oh no, this is a failed one. But then it sounded like there was a successful one, and it was actually this one. But apparently it's not. Why would they keep this one around? Oh yeah, by the way, the lighting is definitely, in this case, it's definitely connected to a change in the time of day, which is really unfortunate. That shouldn't happen that way. It soars through halls warped by creation magics into an arid, desolate wasteland. Its perfect choice of battlefield, awaiting any foolish enough to venture into its newfound domain. Right, and we thought we would maybe be able to fight against it in the hallway, right? Yeah. Well, at least I also have some chocolate here. Shit. Well, now I can't really go back and change my work times again, can I? I guess I'll have to talk about that with my static. I mean, it's going to be the only time that happens, really. It's very tasty and chocolate, though. Sorry. So yeah, let's see what this fight is all about. So I didn't actually do the original Phoenix fight. In fact, I think I actually only did once, if I recall correctly. Unsynced, obviously, right? So I unlocked, at a certain point in time, I unlocked all of the coils. I think it was actually sort of in the second half of Stormblood. Somewhere around that time. I went through all of the coils. I think with a couple of friends back then. And, well, we unsynced them, purely to get the story and stuff like that. And to just unlock them. And then obviously later on, during Shadowbringers, a couple of months ago actually, I did T5, 9, and 13 on Blue Mage. So I have knowledge about those fights. Phoenix, though, is T12. And while obviously I've seen other people go through it, especially watching the cutscene that plays after it, the fight itself I have very little knowledge of. I don't know what actually happens during that particular fight. Obviously, I know some of the details in UCOP. But yeah, that's going to be... So if there are any certain references in this fight to the old one, which I'm sure there will be, especially in terms of sort of maybe mechanic names or ability names, things like that, then that's probably going to be lost on me, for the most part. Well, although then again, let me think, did we encounter any other iteration of Phoenix at some point? Meanwhile, Suzaku is somewhat similar. It's definitely very different in terms of a, Phoenix iteration. Right? In a way, I think. Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what actually happens. In terms of the bosses so far, I mean, I'm really looking forward to what the last boss will be, right? He looked pretty cool in terms of his design. Almost like a scholar version of a demonic Dracula or something. I mean, maybe he transforms as well. I mean, he will definitely transform at some point. And if not here, then certainly in Savage. Which is also going to be interesting to see, right? Are they going back to the two-phase Savage fights after E12? Had that as well? Or will they be maybe doing the exact same thing as in Shadowbringers? It's going to be really, really interesting to see. But first, obviously, let's see what this is. The Phoenix. It's got 3 heads. What's going on there? I really like the arena design though. Experimental fire plume. Think that's gonna be a red line? Oh wait, what? Is that like a targeted area or something? Okay. Oh! Did I miss? So that's like, that's obviously like the Shiva thing. 74 HP. Nice. Speed of condemnation. Did I just not see the marker in the middle, or what's going on? Oh wait, the tank is dead. What happened there? Darkened fire? So these are Eds then? Yeah. And then we also... Wait, 2? So I guess he's charging to certain places. So please kill that last thing. Why aren't people killing ants? Rights in the wing. Well, that seems very straightforward. Yeah. That is sort of similar to what Suzaku did, right? Now it's powering up. Wait, oh, those are little birds. I was confused for a second there. What are these weird circles around them? I think the tanks need to take that, right? Oh, it's literally running after me. I'm an idiot. Why am I tanking that? Oh, so wait. Do they need to be... I suspect that they need to die sort of outside of the boss? Yeah, that certainly looks like something where they need to die in specific places, right? Why the fuck aren't they tanked properly? Did it just gain... Death Rebirth? That certainly sounds ominous. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what should have happened there with the ads. What? Okay. Wait, are they part of the Phoenix itself, or... Yeah, those little birds are part of the model itself, right? In a way, maybe. Oh wait, what the hell is going on there? So it's growing bigger. Certain breeze, okay. That definitely needs to be placed properly in Savage. That's just the rate wide? So far, I don't know, sort of weird mechanics in terms of understanding them correctly. And at the same time, I don't know, I for sure would have thought that we would have, that we would wipe because we did something wrong with those Phoenix ads that had these weird AoEs around them. It felt like, I mean, they looked like they were maybe healing him, the boss, right? Yeah, this is literally Suzaku. For some reason, one person didn't get anything? Yeah, I don't know what that was with those. Those looked like healing puddles, right? So I kind of assumed that they would maybe be there to heal the boss. So that they would need to be placed sort of outside of the boss's hitbox or something. But apparently it was something different altogether. I don't know how you were supposed to tell who's even starting these targets. They just literally look like teeth or something when they're just like that on the arena. Oh, wait! Does that just happen, or is there some kind of tell for that? Ooh. I got very lucky there. Oh, right, the ads. Wait, are they... Oh, maybe... Are you supposed to target these things? Oh, yeah, of course, okay. So it's killing them, and, like, the boss is killing it themselves. I wonder what the numbers are for, though. Like, I'm a bit confused as to why there would be numbers there, because it didn't seem like it actually mattered which one was put where, right? I don't know, is that the right one? Yeah. Tankton, wait to get healed. So this is just run to the site where it starts, essentially, right? Ah, well, that was unfortunate. Somebody's going to die. Oh, that was... Yeah, that was really unfortunate. Let's get the white mage. Once again, I don't know if that was a good choice, making this arena orange. That's a... Like, does that... It didn't always happen, right? I'm fairly certain that... That was... Oh, it's gonna do more of these, yeah. That was weird, wasn't it? In terms of... I don't know, that's just a weird mechanic that it seemingly, I don't know, sometimes targets stuff and sometimes sort of doesn't. I don't know. Huh. I mean, it sort of looks like a very interesting fight, but at the same time, for some reason, a lot of the things that are happening seem, I don't know, like they have very little consequence if you do them wrong. Or at least it's hard to understand whether or not we did them right or wrong, feels like. Oh, whatever. How? What? I have absolutely no idea what the tell for that is. Huh. It's also interesting that there's two people who don't get anything during that phase. Oh, that's the tank buster. And these things again? Oh, I guess you can tell by when they spawn, right? Yeah. So, wait a sec. Weird. I mean, the fight had a lot of really cool mechanics. Definitely a lot of potential for Savage there. But also just some weird tells. I don't know. For some reason, I'm really surprised by the visuals that they chose for this expansion so far, in terms of the trial fight design. Or 8-man fight design, rather. I don't know. Again, I'm sort of holding off judgment here. It's not, you know... This is just the first time that I'm going through them. Absolutely no idea how this will play out in Savage, obviously, but for the most part, I would say that it's a little bit... I guess maybe it's just unusual, right? Maybe it's not even bad in any kind of way. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just... It is rather different to what they did in the past, I feel like. The arena design is very cool, but combined with all the flames that are going on... But then again, maybe it is truly the animations of the new summoner that are just very overwhelming in a lot of ways, and sort of interfere with everything else. Again, the fight design in and of itself was pretty cool. I wonder what that ad phase actually was. With these weird green circles. I have a feeling that, I mean, at least in Savage, and probably here too, but I guess it doesn't really have any sort of severe consequence if you don't do it correctly here. But it felt like you were supposed to kill the birds in a way where the circles either don't hit each other or... I don't know. It's definitely got something to do with being resurrected again and stuff like that. Huh. So far, so good, I guess? I mean, the fights, except maybe for the first one, look very, very promising. And the first one could still be really good. It's just that the normal mode was a little bit underwhelming. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the surrounding area I just noticed. Is that supposed to be like a destroyed Elpis? Certainly looks Sort of. Like it goes in that direction, right? With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. As you've told us, there is but one person in Asphodelis with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though fortunately, it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display, as befits an inferior specimen. What? Does he know who we are? Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. The Phoenix. Phoenix? Probably Phoenix, right? Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze. Wow! That was... Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. Mean? Mere? Shouldn't that say mere trespass? I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. His design is very cool. I wish they would have designed the raid gear like that. Keyword Hesperos, why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandaemonium? Pandaemonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. He's literally Dracula, right? Which is weird, because... doesn't Dracula already exist within this game? No, it's Diabolus, right? Right? Oh, Erecthonius, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Okay, I didn't expect him to be so condescending. Then again, you've never been one for insight. Why Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you, too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential. To be son to Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. But of course, it's always about La Habrea. Silence! You are not worthy to utter his name. What the fuck is going on here? What did La Habrea do? Who is La Habrea anyway? Huh? For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the sorely bonds of mortality. Wait, you weren't mortal to begin with, though. Huh? I have become one with our mythic creations, and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. Wait, I'm confused. I think... What? Isn't that pretty much contradicting everything we know about the Ancients? Didn't they all pretty much think that they were perfect beings and a perfect race? Why would you need to ascend from that? I thought they pretty much sort of at least pretended to not have any imperfections, unless he specifically wants to point that out, but then the way he says it is very weird. And then they are immortal anyways, right? I mean, they choose when they die. They don't just die. They literally choose themselves when they die, and they can live forever if they so choose. It's just not very common to do so, right? At least that's what I thought happened. As a... what? Hemitheers shall I serve Master La Habrea, ever faithful until the end of days. I also don't really know whether or not La Habrea would actually like what is happening here. Oh, now he's shackling us, huh? And he shall require no other. I think not. Whoa. Guess Elidibus is a lot stronger than he lets on, huh? Or Themis. I'm still calling him Elidibus. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonius is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of interment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperus' mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Is he just literally blinding him? Okay. Weaklings though they may be, takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly. To say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the Phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing, while they fritter away their strength in calming the beasts of Asphodelis. I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. Wait. Maybe he's the final boss of the raid? Nah, I don't think so, right? I eagerly await your arrival, Ericthonius. Even dullards have their uses. No, but he's the keyword of Asphodelis, right? So he's definitely the final boss now. This gets even more confusing by the minute. What the hell? I mean, in terms of the raid story, and whatever the fuck is going on in Pandaemonium, and however it's connected to La Habrea, you know, that's a mystery in and of itself. But what he just said literally made no sense, right? Am I, like, the only one in thinking that? why ascend to godhood if you're already a god? I mean, well, technically, of course, you can still have the aspirations to be better than all the other gods in a way. But what the hell is his motivation here? Please, leave me be. Yeah, this is... I honestly don't know what to make of this raid quest line so far. It's really, really cool and very intriguing in a lot of ways. And then... at the same time... it also seems to be very contradicting. Maybe that's just the first impression. I mean, obviously, there's still a lot of ways in which this could go, right? But I guess so far, definitely feels a bit weird. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Archthonius worries me. He loved Hesperus for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Let's actually get the determination once. There's gonna be 3 more anyways, I think. Who wards the warders? Well, this time we have the option out of these. Interesting. Oh, whatever. Much as I'm loath to disturb Archthonius so soon after what just occurred, I'm afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events, concerning both the keyword and his father. Wait, I thought that was just a figure of speech. Is he literally La Habrea's son? Well, that would certainly be something. Wait, really? I thought, I thought for a second there that Hesperus was talking about sort of all the words and the words of La Habrea as sons and daughters of La Habrea, right? The seed of La Habrea, whatever. But maybe he's actually the son of La Habrea? Weird. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandaemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess. A feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing we have in common. So La Habrea literally is his father. I didn't catch that at all. It really sounded like he was talking about, you know, just a general, the father of the wardens or something. Ah, so it is true. I'm Lahabrea's son, bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, it had to indicate some long-held connection with Lahabrea. 'Twas Lahabrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of Lahabrea. More specifically, my mother was a researcher here. There? Here? Why would you say there if you're literally standing here? You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before Lahabrea. She is your mother, yes? Wait, so... Chief keyword. They made it sound like the previous chief keyword was also the previous Lahabrea. So was his mother Lahabrea, and then the new Lahabrea became Lahabrea, and they both had a son? Or has Lahabrea always been on that seat of the convocation, and the chief keyword, Athena, was just always only the chief keyword, working with Lahabrea? Once again, a very sort of, I don't know if I'm just not paying attention today, but isn't that worded weirdly in a lot of ways? I don't know. I'm used to way sort of clearer dialogue in 14. How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You've the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. Lahabrea had nothing to do with it. I see there is little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why Lahabrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Yeah, especially if they two were a couple? Wait, but now, yeah, that's what they said before, right? So, the current Lahabrea is new to that position, or at least is new to... Maybe he's not new to the convocation, but he's certainly... But then they made it seem like being chief keyword of Pandaemonium is pretty much equal to, like, you're only being made chief keyword of Pandaemonium because you have the seat of Lahabrea in the convocation, right? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but... Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And Lahabrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us, an expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of Lahabrea. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that oft he comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Of course. There are more pressing matters at hand, after all, namely how to deal with Hesperos. But wait, so let me get this straight. I think it was like I thought before, right? So, Athena was, or had the seat of Lahabrea on the convocation. That part is unclear so far. But what's definitely clear is that Athena was chief keyword of Pandaemonium. And apparently also sort of created this place in the first place. And then La Habrea, who we don't currently know whether or not he inherited the seat of La Habrea from Athena, or if he was always on the seat in the convocation, but I don't know. But what he definitely inherited was the position of chief keyword of Pandaemonium. But apparently, so either they were together, or they just had an affair, or something to that extent, right? Because that would seem weird. Why would La Habrea inherit the position of Athena if they were... I mean, So far, that's... it's not confusing, it's just a very... Yeah, I don't know. Once again, it's weird because we get a lot of information here, but at the same time, there's no way to really sort of... What's the word that I'm looking for? To really pin down why we have that information or what that really means, right? We're lacking a lot of context. And I think that's what's sort of throwing me off, because usually the context is, well, not necessarily what you get first, but usually you have a lot of context for things that are happening within 14. Whereas here, a lot of it just seems to be omitted for some reason. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing, quite the opposite in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. Yeah, so he is the last boss of this tier then. Which made sense. It wouldn't have made sense to keep him for later. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to interment. In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him, after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he has worked for. Was it all truly so that he could serve his master? To my mind, he has merely put La Habrea's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. La Habrea is the chief keyword of Pandaemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense, unless the other keywords have also transformed in the same manner and La Habrea is the last one. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter? Yeah, I think I want answers too. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well, let us try Ericthonius's plan. Thank you. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Vricolagus, a beast which feeds off the ether of its prey. So a vampire, essentially. Likely that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. That sounds very interesting. Okay then. The fourth circle. The perpetrator of the chaos in Asphodelis is revealed to be none other than its keyword Hesperos. Once known for his kindness to both warders and captives alike, he now appears before you as an amalgamation of mythic beast and man, a Hemitheos. Why is there a word for that? I don't know, maybe they experimented with that at some point? But I sort of thought that this never happened before. Why would there be a word for an amalgamation between mythic beast and man? Drunk with devotion to La Habrea and dripping venom from Erichthonius, Asphodelis' keeper may too be its most fearsome creation. Oh, and one other thing that I'm definitely wondering about is why do the average wait times on launch day never actually match? That is weird to me. That only ever happens on launch day of a normal raid. That the average wait times are not nearly what they actually are. You never wait for more than the most that I've waited on launch day for a normal mode raid, I think was 8 or 9 minutes at one point. But still it says way more, and again, this is not the first time that this has happened. That's actually very, very common. But again, only on normal mode launch days. I don't know. Certainly weird. So, so far, again, the first boss I thought was slightly underwhelming in terms of mechanics, but then again, that can completely change for Savage as well. Other than that, I really like the boss design so far. It's definitely... it's just very cool to finally have unique bosses again, right? Although... then again, I guess the first one was really the only truly unique one, if you really think about it. The second one was also fairly unique. The third one is just literally Phoenix, or a combination of Phoenix and Suzaku, which Suzaku is also Phoenix, sort of. I don't know. But still, so far, pretty cool overall. I feel like the last fight's going to be really, really cool as well. But at the same time, there's just, I don't know, there's something weird so far about this normal raid, and I can't quite put my finger on it. It's this weird combination of some seemingly weird contradictions in the storytelling that aren't really important contradictions, but still, just in terms of how the dialogue flows, makes it seem weird. And then, I guess, for some reason I don't know, this whole setup is, well, not really weird, but I don't know, it's way more sort of, I guess, open in a lot of different directions. I don't really know how else to explain it, really. This is a very cool arena, though. And now we finally get spikes at the edge, I think. Whoa. Hemitheos. Hesperos. So we're literally fighting Dracula, right? Looks very cool. Why is nobody doing countdowns? At least 5 seconds wouldn't be too bad. Elegant Evisceration. Oh, that's the tank buster. Setting in the theme, so this is going to change the arena, right? Or at least part of it? Pinax? This definitely sort of reminds me of, what's it called? 03? With different parts of the arena changing into different things. Looks very cool so far. Decolation. Oh, he's also... That's cool! So he's covering it up with his, what's it called? With his coat, right? Okay. We have to be in there? Ah, it's an knockback, okay. Oh, whoopsie. That's not what I wanted. Full extent of... Okay. Now he's combining a lot of things. That was another weird graphical glitch there. Okay, so the water thing is a knockback once again, right? I guess. Now the green thing is doing something. So the green thing is just literally hitting everyone, and then this is the meteor thing again, right? Yeah. Okay. I mean, that does seem very, very cool so far. Definitely a neat idea. Bloodbreak. What is that in the, like, in the background of the song? The song has lyrics. I didn't even notice that before. Coils? Wait, so this is... So I guess DPS can't be in that? Okay. Yeah, this is definitely very reminiscent of, I mean, not really, but in a couple of ways it's very reminiscent of 03 against Halicarnassus, right? Southerly shift. Okay. Very cool. Oh, that's a knockback? Alright, so those are different symbols, right? And depending on... So that once again looks like a knockback. Yeah. What? Blood break, what was that again? Okay. Ah, cool. Yeah, I like that. That's a very cool fight so far. I mean, I expected it to be that, but definitely a lot of very cool mechanics, a lot of very cool potentials. Oh, now? Oh, they actually don't damage you? Huh. So, how can we tell what's happening first? I really like I like the background. Sounds like an anime opening or something. What's happening first? I think the fire one? Oh no, the green one, okay. I don't know if you can actually add that, but... Okay, and then every time he also does... Ooh, okay, that does a lot of damage if you're just a little bit closer. Okay, and then the fire one... Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is really cool. So now we get the knockback? Yeah. Okay. But the knockback is from his position. God, I like this fight! Holy shit, this is cool! Even in normal mode is already really fast. This is really cool. Finally a fight that, you know, this is what Final Fantasy always was. These are the fights that I live for. As Linus would say, I guess. But yeah, this is just awesome! Alright, yeah. Done this again. I think I have the debuff because somebody else actually ran into the orb and I got hit as well. So it didn't count as my thing, or me running into it. But instead counted me as being hit by an explosion. I think that's why I have the debuff. So guess the setting the scene stuff never really damages you, right? I think. What's happening first? He also doesn't always do all four, right? Very, could be worse? What? That's an awesome fight design, awesome boss design, awesome arena design, awesome fight design. This is really cool. This is what I've been waiting for. So they can do it, right? I mean, obviously, you know, it makes sense that the first three would be a bit easier in terms of mechanics, but still, this is literally Final Fantasy. This is Final Fantasy 14 for that matter. Nosferatu. Nothing if not gentlemanly and perhaps bloodthirsty. At 21, of course. Yeah, so this was awesome. Really, really cool fight design. Oh, right, and we get this as well. Unsung Blade of Asphodelos. Really, really awesome fight design. So yeah, the thing with the different parts of the arena doing different things, and then also the fact that they differentiate for the mechanics, right? They show you which role cannot take certain specific mechanics, right? So when the meteors appear or when the orbs appear, it literally tells you, all right, this is the role that cannot take this particular mechanic, right? And because of that, I guess it just reminded me of Halicarnassus, because you had, during that fight, you also had these ground patterns where you would have to stand on specific ones depending on your role and stuff, right? So it very much reminded me of that. But again, this is just awesome fight design. Very visually clear, but still very, very exciting. A lot of really cool effects, like the fact that his cloak, right? He puts his cloak over the parts of the arena. He even has like an animation for it, and then the arena changes based on the parts of it that were that he put his cloak over, and then also those instances where he moves to, you know, a cardinal direction and does an attack that also looks really, really cool. Very smooth animation as well. Yeah, I very, very much like this fight. The other three, I felt were all a bit basic in certain aspects. The only really sort of more or less surprising mechanic was definitely during the Phoenix or Phoenix, whatever it's pronounced, fight. When he does the thing with the ads that have the green circles around them. No idea what that is. And again, the second fight was also fairly cool with the head separating, right? And them both hitting into different directions. But all of those three fights still sort of heavily relied on just avoiding AoEs. Whereas this time, you know, for the first time really in this expansion, you know, there was changing arena stuff going on, and you had to look out for specific mechanics and certain specific combinations. It just felt really, really good. Not challenging, obviously, but really, really good. Then again, the not challenging part also came from, I think, a team that had already done it, so you just kind of just follow the others, right? But yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think, so there's definitely a lot of room for a lot of very, very cool Savage mechanics. The only issue is that, unfortunately, I thought the same thing about a lot of the fights in Shadowbringers, and then some of them, you know, were kind of disappointing in their design and had a lot of flaws in their design as well. And looking at Zodiark and Hydaelyn, I don't know, right? I expected a bit more out of those two extreme fights, I have to admit. Even though, combined, I still rank them pretty much as the best first two fights of any expansion that we've had so far. But then again, at the same time, I feel like, well, I guess it's more of an issue that or more of an issue of, well, the game itself also needs to move forward, right? You can't always just rely on the exact same thing. So it needs to innovate, it needs to have new, cool stuff. So I guess the further you go along, the more expansions that come out, the higher the quality of the content has to be. And I think they definitely proved that they can do very high quality content with a lot of cutscenes, with the voice acting, the story in general, the areas, lighting, all that kind of stuff. So they improved a lot, while their fight design in a lot of ways didn't improve at all in Shadowbringers, except for the Epic of Alexander. I think that was definitely, well, obviously it being the only ultimate in Shadowbringers, it was an outlier in terms of really, really cool designs, right? Things like Wormhole, but also the first two phases being multi-target the whole time, right? I think that those things just in general made the fight very, very memorable. But unfortunately, the Savage fights in Shadowbringers, I'm not saying they were bad, right? And there's still a lot of good about them. Again, the first phase of Titan is incredible. Certain mechanics in Shiva are incredible. E12, pretty cool, although it has some flaws, right? So Hydaelyn and Zodiark as extreme trials are still good, but they're not at the level of quality that I would have wanted out of them. I guess that's a very sort of fair way of putting it, right? And again, it's not even about them being challenging or not, right? There are a couple of fights in game that aren't really challenging at all and still have an incredible design. I mean, who would say that Susano Extreme is challenging? I wouldn't say that that's a challenging fight, but it still has really, really cool and incredibly just interesting mechanics, right? That are very unique to Susano. Whereas a lot of other fights sort of resort back to your usual stuff, right? That always happens during these things. And I mean, obviously we'll still have to see, and I'll go through these fights multiple times, of course, as well. So, I try to withhold judgment as much as possible, but overall, I do have to say that the first three fights, I don't know how much potential they really have. There is a lot of potential there, but there's also the potential of them going into the other direction, right? I don't know. The first fight of the new raid here, unfortunately, reminds me very much of Zodiark Extreme, where it has a very cool normal mode with a lot of things going on and a lot of new sort of visual indicators and stuff. Very cool colors that they've chosen, but also slightly bit confusing slightly in terms of just the color scheme in general. A lot of things that are just sort of overlapping each other with the same or very similar colors. But then at the same time, maybe it's just because of Zodiark, but it felt like the first fight doesn't really have anywhere to go. Again, that doesn't mean that there could be all kinds of cool Savage mechanics that just aren't part of the normal mode at all. Or they could include some really, really cool combinations of the mechanics that I just can't think of right now. I mean, I've done the fight literally once, right? I'm just speculating here. But again, it felt like it didn't really have that far to go. And the second fight, while there is a lot of potential what they can do in terms of when the water is there versus when it's not there, and with the two heads of the monster essentially, or the two bodies, there's definitely a lot of cool potential there, but then at the same time, the Savage arena, the arena itself will look exactly like the normal one, right? They won't change the arena design. So, in terms of, for example, what platforms are safe, I guess you can already say that that's going to be the same thing in Savage, right? It's just that you have to work within that limited space for certain mechanics. And that can obviously be very interesting, but again, it's I don't think that it's necessarily going to completely change up the way the arena works compared to normal mode, which is maybe a bit, underwhelming. And then the third fight, very, very similar. I would say the third fight overall probably has the most similar mechanics to already existing fights, which makes sense, obviously. I said Phoenix, Suzaku, those mechanics are fairly similar. Still a cool fight. Remains to be seen what that sort of app mechanic will actually look like, especially in Savage. Definitely the potential for a lot of other cool stuff in there as well, but still, I would say in terms of design and overall, skill and ability design, it's probably the closest to already existing fights. So even though the Savage variant can still be very cool in a lot of ways, it remains to be seen how far separated it will actually be from, again, already existing fights. The fourth fight is incredibly promising. I said so during the fight, and I really stick to that. I think the boss design is incredible, although it's literally Dracula, but it's still really incredible. They pulled it off really, really well. They even pulled it off really well in terms of the context of the story, right? You don't really think of him as Dracula, even though that's clearly what inspired his design. And then the whole arena and stuff like that. It just looks really cool. And yeah, with the arena manipulation that he does, and you sort of have to remember, well, what means what and how they work. And I'd imagine there's going to be all kinds of different combinations in Savage as well. Yeah. That looked very, very promising in a lot of ways. So overall, so far, pretty cool. But obviously it remains to be seen what Savage will then be like, right? Oh boy. Now, Themis, we end this here. So they're both trying to capture him, right? They just waited for me to finish my monologue. Oh. Fools. I will not be put in chains. Well, I mean, that would have been too easy. If it would have just worked, right? To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception. They shall return to the star with me. Wait, so he just wants to die on purpose? You are wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, yes. My repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. The weapon design is also really cool. Oh! He's literally killing himself. Remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. Well, that's unfortunate. That also pretty much means that we know absolutely nothing about what happened here, right? How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperos? You were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandaemonium. You had La Habrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. Yeah, what the hell happened here? That is still very unclear because, well, at least we have to assume, right, that La Habrea pretty much worked together with the Convocation during the final days. So whatever happened here couldn't have really put his position, or couldn't have really weakened his position, right? I mean, if there's truly something going on here where they, I don't know, are sort of doing weird experiments on themselves for gaining more power, although I still don't really understand what he was even talking about there. Hesperos, I mean, because he was immortal. What more does he want? I don't, that was definitely part that was a little confusing. And then, yeah, I mean, as far as we know, La Habrea was just a normal and probably respected part of the convocation during the final days. And if he had in fact truly done something, I don't know, weird with Pandaemonium, then he probably would have been sort of expelled from the convocation at least, right? I mean, at least we have to assume that. So either this is happening without La Habrea knowing, or this is happening sort of on accident through something that he did. Maybe he's mourning for his wife, if that in fact was his wife, the previous chief keyword. Or maybe something else is going on. I don't really know. I mean, obviously we'll find that out during the later ratios, I'd imagine, but once again, also as much as I sort of expected that there wasn't really going to be that much story in this first ratio. And I mean, there still is, right? I'm not saying that there isn't story here, but it is fairly contained, right? There isn't that much that we actually know about what else will happen here. And aside from the things that we pretty much know from the very beginning, or at least after the first fight, we haven't really gained any kind of knowledge. At this point, at least. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperus' infatuations with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you and not him to be La Habrea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought verboten power that La Habrea would be unable to ignore. Yeah, or La Habrea was the one initiating this whole thing, right? But, that remains to be seen. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? Once again, those graphical errors in the background, right? With the shadow there. Weird. How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. It's not as uncommon as you might think, unfortunately. At least during our time. Don't know about the ancients, though. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps that signifies naught but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true. How it is to desperately wish the light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. Believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperos's magic is fading throughout Asphodelis. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? I have a feeling Themis is a lot stronger and more capable than what he lets on. What? What is this presence? Aristonius, what lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. Yeah, of course. I mean, we have to have a second raid here, right? A warding sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to apprise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Huh. Well, that's interesting. But yeah, again, as I suspected, there isn't that much that's really going to happen in terms of story here. It's just we sort of know, oh, there is a threat going on, and that is sort of it. One second. Just when I had thought our work to be done, did this tragedy unfold all throughout Pandaemonium? Well, yeah, kind of, right? I mean, wasn't that very obvious from the beginning? Once again, game's sort of throwing me off here. I mean, whoever sort of resides over the lower levels of Pandaemonium wouldn't just stand idly by while the upper level is sort of breaking out into absolute chaos, right? That seems a bit backwards. Oh yeah, by the way, I definitely have to listen to the music of the last fight again. There was, during the fight it definitely was a bit hard to listen to, because there is so much going on, but the music in and of itself sounded really, really cool. And there was definitely text there as well. Well, I'd imagine there isn't that much more to this, to be honest. I mean, there really can't be, right? Isn't this the last quest? I think the patch note said 5 quests. And the first one was just to get here, right? Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandaemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions. But could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? I mean, that was very clear, wasn't it? Obviously he was sort of influenced by something, if his personality changed that drastically in such a short amount of time. It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. Probably the third raid here. Let me tell you, there are always three. Not, well, shit, I forgot the quote. Always three there are. No, nothing more, nothing less. I don't know, whatever. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague, and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that the same magic could have poisoned Hesperus' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, for more potential hemitheoi. Why do we have a word for that? Although, was Hesperos the one who first mentioned it? I guess he was, right? So maybe that was the goal? Maybe they actually tried to fuse men with certain like mythic beasts and something went wrong? If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Earthonius. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hemitheos, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandaemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. Yeah, I don't know. I feel kind of bad for the other warders because, well, it's probably going to take about 7 months for us to figure out how to open that seal, right? Unfortunately. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield interminate magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that. Then nothing stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? 'Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandaemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help, should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Ericthonius and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. You should take this time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Thermos's burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wheresoever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating these creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense. You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the hippocampus's assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandaemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos's words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow him his rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. It surely will be, yeah. And we still don't know who actually chucked that crystal up, right? I mean, why did it still exist in our time? And so I feel like at the end there will definitely be some sort of revelation towards La Habrea and that crystal and a bunch of other things as well. Ah, so you don't serve the convocation. I suppose I needn't worry about you going behind their backs to curry favor with La Habrea. Nah, that I will definitely not do. My friend would be very curious to hear what has occurred here. However, I fear that if I left Pandaemonium, the wards protecting it would quickly deteriorate. I hope he does not mind assuming some of my duties in the meantime. He's talking about us, right? Or the current Elizabeth, maybe? Very, very mysterious. So overall, I definitely really, really like the raid questline. It's a bit too ambiguous in certain places, but it's also the first one, so I don't really mind that all that much. It's just, in certain regards, it just sometimes feels a bit weird how they describe certain things, because it feels like there should be, I don't know, a bit more to it, or rather, not really a bit more to it. I mean, again, I like that it's as mysterious as it is, right? That's not my problem with it, but I feel like at certain points, there were just sort of sentences being said that warranted certain questions that just weren't asked, right? And that's a bit of a shame. I feel like there could have been, you know, maybe a few, I guess, questions more here and there, right? Felt a bit, just a tiny bit, right? It's just that's still just a very, very sort of small critique of this whole thing, but sometimes it just felt a tiny bit like they were a bit too accepting of certain things, right? A bit too, oh yeah, this is the way it is, alright, we'll just deal with it. I mean, it does make sense to a degree, but yeah. Okay. Sorry, I had to answer a friend. Alright, well, and what are we going to tell them now? I mean, oh yeah, by the way, we went back 12,000 years, and then we fought against some ancient Dracula being, and yeah, by the way, it seems like they have problems with their most fearsome beasts that they kept for research, and, you know, there might be like a big looming threat there, but we, you know, it'll probably take a couple of months for us to figure it out. I don't really know about that outlook, right? Welcome. Back from the past, none the worse for wear, I see. So what did you find? So there is evil afoot in Pandaemonium, an already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing waters. Truly, we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice he heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. And yeah, once again, I mean, think about the time loop, right? So without that crystal, and without us knowing in the present that something was amiss with Pandaemonium, they wouldn't have been able to deal with it, like, at all. Assuming... Well, yeah, not really assuming. They just straight up wouldn't have been able to deal with it in this capacity, right? I think that's going to come into play later, somehow. It's going to loop back to something in the present, which is why the crystal exists. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet ilm by ilm we shall unveil that mystery. With the help of him, of course. By his actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet he returns to the same present he left. Meaning that we, whatever we did, or the crystal wants from us, it had already happened once. We successfully averted the crisis, apparently, right? Which can only mean one thing, that his intervention in Pandaemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. Yeah, obviously. There is no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandaemonium, you must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beasts that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in Pandaemonium? Of course. I mean, again, it's going to take a couple of months, but yeah. It's going to take until patch 6.2, in fact. Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there is aught we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. Maybe you can find whoever chucked it up here. Ah, it shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Melanie is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here, and she will be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras and would give you goods in return that should aid you in trials ahead. So she's just the vendor, right? The raid vendor. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, Namgigi has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental. Something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do so. Or when we do, rather. Let's just take the spell speed for now, right? I think I need that more than anything else. I guess that's it. Let's see, where's the MGG? Oh. Whoops, wrong side. Yeah, so that's the new gear, right? I mean, in terms of the stats, I'll have to look that up. Yeah. Huh. This would probably look really good on a female character. Not so much on a male Elizon. At least not in my opinion, anyway. Let's take a look at the other stuff. Wait, so this is tanks? This looks kind of cool. Not the biggest fan of the cloth over the arms on the backside. Yeah, no. It's just the same thing. Bit unspectacular. So, I was slightly confused as well by that weird dialogue that popped up. I think when I was actually starting, like, was it the second quest or something? It said something about, oh yeah, there's gonna be vendors here to exchange, like, relics of the ancient past or something. I guess they just really meant these vendors, right? They just said, oh yeah, by the way, you can exchange the items that you get here for raid stuff. Raid gear, right? It's just, that was also something that they I don't know, somehow described very, very weirdly, for some reason. Is that person in front of me called Happy Accident? Huh. Okay. Well then. I mean, yeah. I've already talked quite a lot about the encounters themselves. There's definitely a lot of potential there. feel like that's going to be really, really interesting. Definitely looking forward to Savage, obviously. Other than that, I mean, again, as I thought before, it was definitely more of an introductory story. There's definitely a lot that we already that was already shown to us, right? But at the same time, there is quite a lot left open, right? It can go into all kinds of directions. There's literally no telling what will happen next, other than, well, we go into Abyssos, and the next keyword of Abyssos is definitely, probably, not definitely, but probably going to be the last boss of the second raid here. But there's just all kinds of, how is this connected to La Habrea? How is this connected to Athena? All kinds of things, right? All of those questions are still left open, which, you know, is cool in a way. It's just always a bit unfortunate. Sometimes I feel like the raid quests could be a bit longer, considering how long the time between them is, right? But, you know, on the other hand, I definitely get why they designed them this way, because this way they sort of, they lay a lot of the groundwork in the first two tiers, and then the last tier is actually the one with really sort of the meaty bits of the story, right? And overall, I do think that makes sense, because that sort of, you know, alleviates the problem somewhat that they are so far apart from each other, right? So the first two tiers are always, you know, they are very interesting, they do contain a lot of information, but they are not really the story itself, right? The story itself will be more in the last raid tier, and by doing it this way, they sort of avoid the problem of having to cut in the middle of the story, right? And having to say, oh, yeah, we're going to take a break now. Please go back outside, right? By having the first raid tiers actually being sort of two different introductions, and then having the actual story happen in the third raid tier, you know, it does make sense. It's just a bit unfortunate that, I guess, that, you know, it's just very, how do I put it? It just loses a bit of impact, right? I mean, completely separate from what the bosses are or how cool they're designed and how cool Savage is, the story itself, you know, doesn't have that big of an impact in the first two tiers every time. Which, yeah, I don't know. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just that, especially compared to how brilliantly the main story is written, I sometimes feel like the raid stories lose out a bit in comparison. Then again, I also feel like going through the raid stories after they released, so, you know, if I would now go through the Omega raid story, or if I would now go through the Eden raid story, I think they would actually be a lot better. It's just because of this massive amount of time between them that they sometimes feel a bit disjointed, I guess. And there isn't really any way around that, right? Because there's still raid tiers in an MMO that need to be released, you know, with these 7 months between them every time, so yeah. Still pretty cool though. Again, I like the basic setup. I do like the fights for the most part. There are, again, a couple of things. I think the third fight lends itself a bit too much towards fights we already had. I think the first fight, I don't know, just doesn't have that many mechanics for some reason. And the second fight as well, at least the normal mode version, doesn't really do anything, I guess, with its unique arena design, or somewhat unique arena design. So overall, obviously without Savage being out, we can't really draw a conclusion here. And then obviously I'm also going to do the fights just a couple more times, right? To really be able to see how good they truly are, or how bad they are. So yeah. Still a lot to be seen. Let me just quickly check a couple of things. Yeah. So once again, I'm going to take a short break here. And I'm probably going to return to be doing some dailies on my Red Mage. Technically, I should also do some IRL stuff. I just don't really want to while I'm still playing. I don't know. We'll see. I will be... Yeah. I'll take a break. It's maybe going to be a bit longer than I want. Again, I'm really apologize for the breaks today, but unfortunately, there's just a bit more things that I have to do on the side as well. And, well, usually I would do that sort of in between and take an actual break. But the problem is I can't really log out. So, you know, it has to be like this. Because I tried it on Sunday and, probably the biggest mistake that I ever made in 14 was to log out on Sunday. So, yeah, I'm going to take a break. And we'll see you in a bit for the dailies. See you then. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. So far, so good. So, as I said, today I will be continuing with the dailies. And I'll try to level Botanist as best I can. I kind of had hoped to maybe be able to bring Botanist to level 90 today. I'm not so sure I can. Especially since I will also want to continue with the role quest. Don't have to do any quests on Botanist though, so let me quickly check the weekly stuff. Oh, never mind. No, yeah, nobody is. That's unfortunate. Nobody has a bonus for Gatherer. They have bonuses for Fisher, so maybe I'll use that for fishing then this week. Not that Fisher really needs that. It's easy enough to level Fisher anyways. But let me quickly get Let's go to Idleshire. Let me quickly grab the like Chloe's adventure thing. Da-da-da-da. Was there another thing that I wanted to do in terms of weeklies? No, but I definitely have to check for potential... I don't... I'm not entirely sure in terms of the gear of the raid, right? So I think technically on week 1, you definitely want to get the ring, I guess, because that would be the one ring that's still, you know, that will increase your item level. Wait. I didn't realize I hadn't... What? Whoopsie. I thought I had bought all the gear. Apparently I didn't. Well, that's unfortunate. But you probably want... So this gives you... Yeah, so, for example, headpiece and hands would be more... like, combined vitality than the stats on body or legs, right? Wait, but you can't get ring and feet and head. Huh. I'm not sure. Really not sure. Ooh, somebody else is the new mount. Oh, that's interesting. They have, like, crystals floating on their tail. I mean, The only thing that I don't really like about the new mounts is that they are somewhat similar to the dragons from Shadowbringers, I feel like. I mean, obviously they're a different sort of mythic beast. Why am I here? Wait. I'm gonna guess I can spend poetics while I'm here. Yeah, so they seem somewhat close to a mythic beast, right? But then at the same time... not somewhat close to... What am I talking about? So they are a different mythic beast than what the dragons are from Shadowbringers, but their design overall and the way they sort of their effects and stuff look very, very similar. So yeah. Let me put this thing away, actually. Although I don't think I'll need it, but you know what. Okay. There was another thing that I wanted to do. Right? I think. Just not really sure what it was. To be completely honest. Wait, why don't I remember? Wasn't there like another weekly thing that I wanted to do? Well, I can definitely go to Gridania, but other than that, I have a feeling I'm already missing stuff again. But yeah, with how the bonuses are, I think I'm actually fully gonna level... I'm gonna level Botanist fully by doing leaves. And then I'm gonna level Fisher through the weekly stuff and the quests, obviously, for it. Yeah. And then the rest, I guess. Well, then again, tomorrow I'll have pretty much the entire day to level. So that's gonna be great. hopefully. But it's going to be close, since I'm going to be working 3 days next week. And then there's Christmas as well. I have to prepare for Christmas as well. Yeah, it's going to be a lot. Let me actually grab a couple more of the... What are they called? These ones. Because I have 33 left. Yeah, I definitely need more of those, I think. I don't know how much they're actually worth while you're leveling, but... you know, it would be good to just grab a couple more. I also need to grab a couple more of these if I'm going to level... If I'm going to level botanist. Maybe I'll have to get some collectibles, some minor. Shouldn't be a big deal overall, but yeah. Okay. Let's do dailies then, huh? So 88 on Red Mage. I don't know if that's enough. I mean, technically it should be. If I'm also doing Fates as well, I could just do Fates until I reach 90, but then again, Botanist has the priority here, right? So... Let's go in. Start with the Lion's Raid as always, to get some clusters as well. And then while I'm waiting, well, I'm definitely going to do the Pixie quest as well. So let's do that first while I'm waiting, and then right, I can definitely also do the daily hunts. I'm just not entirely sure. You know, it's sort of a weird thing to think about, if you can also do fates and receive bicolor gemstones for them and stuff like that. I'm not so sure how much worth the hunt things actually are. I mean, sure, if you don't know what else to do, but again, you can just literally do fates. So... I'm very close to 81 though, so that should work out pretty well. Although then again, it doesn't really doesn't actually, I guess, help all that much, does it? Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference whether or not I'm 81 or not, now that I think about it. Since I'm only leveling through dailies anyway. Which maybe... Although then again, I mean, are you really losing out on time? Sometimes, I mean... I'm definitely not leveling optimally. That's for sure. So, I don't really care, I guess. I mean, again... at least today and... you know, or rather, not today, but aside from dailies, I think now that I'm also through the normal raid, I've pretty much unlocked everything there was to unlock in Endwalker up until this point. Pretty much done everything, except for the role quests, obviously. Role quests and crafter quests and stuff. But aside from that, I think that my priority now should really be on gatherers and crafters to level them up. Oh, let's see. Wait, where did I put Apex Arrow, by the way? Oh, here. Yeah. Cool. Sometimes it's just weird to me that the Alliance Raid Roulette takes that long to pop. I don't really know why, but it's just a bit strange. Yeah, I can definitely start doing Ultima Thule Fates on my Red Mage, right? And I should keep an eye on my bicolor gemstones. Ooh, is this going to be enough for 81? I think it will be. Nice. Cool. So that means I can start... Wait. I don't know. Maybe I should actually start leveling Black Mage next. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna do that. Gonna level Black Mage next, because, you know, I was talking with a friend earlier about the new summoner, and I also watched some of Sia's opinions. Not that I'm necessarily influenced by others' opinions about summoner, but not the biggest fan of the rework personally. Not saying that it's bad per se, I just think that they definitely made it too easy. Not that the old summoner was necessarily harder, but, you know, most of the time it just felt like people were sometimes putting someone up on a pedestal. To be completely honest, you know, in terms of pure skill, new and old summoner aren't that different. I think the main difference, well, there are probably two big parts here, right? First of all, the fact that you don't really have to keep an eye on snapshotting dots anymore definitely makes it somewhat easier. And then there's also the part of the new one just having way less cast time. And even more ways to move about the arena than before, right? It's almost a physical ranged. So... yeah, in those regards, it's definitely become easier. It's just that... I don't know, it's... especially compared to the Stormblood Summoner, but then obviously also now to... in comparison to the Shadowbringer Summoner, the problem is that they've definitely taken away... What's the word that I'm looking for? They've sort of taken away some of the adjustments that you were able to make through certain things. And now it's just, you know, do your rotation exactly like that, and there's very little room for, you know, actually varying certain things or doing certain things differently than before, or, right? There's just a lot of stuff that you just do, right? You just do it the way the rotation tells you to, and there isn't really much thinking involved in any kind of capacity. Whereas even with the Shadowbringer Summoner, you still, to some degree, had just a couple of things here and there where you could definitely come up with very cool solutions, right? And I'm not saying that that's not possible at all on the new Summoner. I think there's definitely some degree of adjustments that still can be made in certain regards. But still, overall, I think it's just, I don't know, a bit stale in terms of its rotation. Yeah, I mean, if you could, I think it just sort of is, like, one of the main problems with the new Summoner is that a lot of the things actually are built in a way where they sort of exclude each other, right? So, for example, instead of being able to cast your own shield whenever you deem it necessary, what's actually happening is that what's actually happening is that I mean, you just remove an element of thought, right? Because of that, instead of having why didn't it activate acceleration? That's weird. What are people complaining about? We won't die here anyway. If you guys pay attention, that is. Why drag him away? That's completely unnecessary! Ugh. Once again, people proving that they have no idea why people usually pull him north. Like, if healers pay attention, you don't have to pull him anywhere. Why am I running up the stairs on the left side? Whatever. This raid is also lame. I feel like some people are so bored here that they actually start trolling a bit. No, whatever. I don't really care. Where the heck is the boss running? What the fuck is going on? Wait, we don't have the debuff? The hell are they doing? Oh, wait, we're next? Not? Well, he's dead anyways. Being in Group C on this boss is the worst. God, yeah, this is... I think that thing is still stand. No, it's not. Never mind. No, I didn't say anything. So the role quest that I still have currently active, right? That's the, I think, if I remember correctly, that should be the level 89 one, right? So it will still take some time to get there. Yeah, I don't know how much I'll be able to level botanist today. Especially considering that, also have raid today. I also, yeah, one thing that I definitely need to do is look up a bit more about Summon, I think. Maybe there's just some more information out there that you know, I don't know. I don't think that there necessarily is about the rotation or anything. Any of the more intricate parts, but there might be, at least in terms of raid food and what the. Sometimes it's just not really activating the stuff that I want to do. What the frick are the tanks doing? Are they so bored by these fights or what? I mean, I'm not saying that I am not, but, you know. Move out of the Iron Giants thing. I think White Mage didn't actually heal, did they? Pretty high damage though. Ah, should have needed whatever. It's not that much seals. Many seals? Greet second flare and just immediately runs in. Yeah, that's very, very smart. What are these strategies? Like, what the heck are people doing here? Of course. Knew that would happen. Green first flare is a bit too ambitious, yeah. It is. This is your typical elite idiots. Elitist idiots? How do you say that? Like people who think they're good at the game but actually are not? So, yeah. Then this happens. Whoa, he started that very early. I was gonna say, what the fuck? Let's see if we can actually greet the second one. Because I think he's going to start early with the second one as well. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. As I said. Of course. It just doesn't work. That's not because people are trolling, that's because people are idiots who think that they are actually good at the game. Because you need to realize how that actually works and what conditions apply and when he does his Ancient Flare and why. His first Ancient Flare was way too early because we pushed him too much. And that means the second one will also be early, and yeah. Again, that's people just not knowing a lot of stuff that they, you know, think they know. And that results in something like this, where, you know, we could have been through this long ago, but people think that, oh, you know, we need to greed, so that's just not going to work. See, now it will work because the first one was way later. Although then again, maybe we're actually lacking damage, now that I think about it. No, we're... Nah, maybe... Yeah. People are just too dumb. They don't realize what they're doing. They're also just pulling way too quickly, and that's another problem. Although, well, maybe not. That I'm not entirely sure about. But you could clearly see that it was not going to work. I don't know. Alliance A, well, they have 3 melees though, right? Compared to the other alliances. So yeah, we'll take them. I think it was A who was always late. Just takes them a bit more time to go back. I don't know. I just don't get why you wouldn't just, you know, do it properly. I don't get it. There's literally no reason to not do it properly. Especially if you see that, you know, it's fairly close in terms of whether or not you can actually make it. But it still won't work. He's starting to cast it now, right? Yeah. won't work. And once again, a not. Finally. Finally they learned. Yeah, A is really bad for some reason. I think they don't, like, A doesn't know how this fight actually works, but still wants to, you know, make it go by really quickly. I don't know. That's really weird to me. I've never seen that. So this took 10 minutes longer than it should have. Just because some idiots think that they actually can play the game, huh? It's unfortunate. Oh, well, whatever. Happens, I guess. I mean, that boss design is annoying anyways. I can get that people, you know, try to be clever about it. Let's put this one away. Right, didn't they add some... Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I was wondering what cards they added, but obviously it's from the new raid. And it's actually only one card, interestingly enough. Weird. But okay. Let's, I guess, while I'm waiting, let's go to Ultima Thule and do the, do Fates. Whispers